Hello, this is Cortex AI Hackathon. This is Cortex AI Hackathon.
Hello? Can you guys hear me? We're about to start very soon, so if you could just stay seated, that would be great. Thank you very much. How's everybody's afternoon or morning? Good? It's Friday night. You know what that means? Hackathon. Yeah, that's a standard Bay Area activity. Friday night means a hackathon. Right. Okay, so let's kick off, guys. Welcome to Cortex AI's inaugural AI Agent Hackathon. Really appreciate everybody that's joining in person at Hero City, downtown San Mateo, and everyone that is watching online from Zoom and from YouTube and from X. Really appreciate you spending time here. We're going to spend an amazing 24 hours, and we're going to learn a lot about AI agents and professional services. Can you go to the next slide? Great. Next one. Cool. So for Cortex, we are building the agentic future. Cortex mission is to be the AI agent platform, the enterprise AI boundary that gets into any professional services and have the ability to replace manual and repetitive work directly with agentic flows. That's what we believe in. Next slide. So today, if you look at professional services as a whole, there is about 10.9 million workers in the broader sector of all professional services. We're talking about finance, legal, real estate, accounting, and etc. And the cost to the customer for employing these professional services workers are about $120,000 per worker. But that's just the salary. What we're really not representing here is the efficiency losses. What could have happened if there are more productivities in place. When it comes to scalabilities, we're not going to see the amount of increase in employing direct human to do the manual and repetitive work that lacks creativities than to having AI to do this at scale, right? For example, one of the core aspects of Cortex is automate lending and automate the insurance reviews. We're not going to see the reduction of the housing prices if we continue to review mortgages and home lending platforms directly with humans. So that is the sector that's going to make sense. And more importantly, AI isn't for value substitutions. We're not just changing whatever human has been doing with whatever the AI is doing. Really, AI is meant for value multiplications, right? If in 1999 you think about email is just mail but sent through the internet, then you would have never imagined what YouTube or Google would have been like today. So again, we're going to see the exciting future about how AI is going to revolutionize each of these industries. And we're going to invite prestigious panel speakers and judges to talk about their experiences in various industries. But a little more plugs about Cortex. We are the AI agentic foundries, where we're rapidly empowering all industries which that requires professional services. And what we think that this space needs is the 3 S's: speed, scale, and simplicity. How can we deploy an AI agent as fast as possible to any of the professional services? And how can we do this in a massive amount of scale in parallel? And how can we condense the amount of context and information into something simple? This is what Cortex is capable of doing. And for this hackathon, all of the builders and developers that's going to join in, you're going to learn you're going to learn and have the ability to exercise your intellectual curiosity, because you will get to know a specific industry that you probably have never got in touch with. And then you're going to have the courage, right, to say, even though I don't have an experience in the industry, I would be capable of building an AI agent to replace this part of the professional services, enabling more productivities, right, for the consumers and creativities. Because we are on the outside, we actually tend to be more innovative, thinking outside the box here, and see how can we really change, the foundations of the current assumptions, status quo today in professional services. We're going to share also a little bit of the overall timelines. So for the opening, we're going to start from 6, which is right now, and we're going to last till 9 p.m. And then we're going to have a quick Cortex workshop session, which is between 7:30 to 7:45. And then between 7:45 to 9 p.m. is related to teaming up and mentor mixers. We already opened up the Discord channel that's meant for matching teammates. We will distribute the credits around 9 p.m. So please submit, and we're going to show everyone how to submit your form team app IDs on Cortex, and we will distribute the credits to the submitted app ID. So at 9 p.m., Hackathon is going to commence, and we're going to have 24 hours to create an industry-specific AI agent to replace that sector of professional services. And we're very excited to see what people around the world and in downtown Sabatel have to come up with. And then at the very end, we're going to spend 1 hour with our prestigious judges to work on grading all the submissions, and then celebrate with award ceremonies. Cool. And I also want to say a big shout out to our sponsor, Lenovo, and Draper University for making this possible, and also all of the panel speakers as well as the open keynote speakers for attending and sharing valuable insights. So next, I'm going to invite a representative from Draper University to share a little bit about their programs and their missions. So let's welcome her on stage.
Thank you so much. My name is Viridiana Aguilar. I'm part of, I'm the operational manager. And I just want to tell you about what we do here at Draper University. First of all, we're excited that you guys are here and hopefully you can enjoy this hackathon. So Draper University was founded by the venture capitalist Tim Draper. We own 3 buildings here. This one and the one that you see in front. Here we host around like 100 founders that they come all over the world. And we have different programs that they are focused on crypto, biotech, AI. So we kind of look for everyone that is in the space. And basically here is just how to push them to go more than the limits, right? So here we believe in think bigger and how you can actually go and, we always say it here, like, fail again until you succeed. So here it's important, just try things and just go for it, right? So yeah, that's Draper University. And welcome, guys.
Thank you very much for Draper University's input, and I really appreciate hosting this event by providing this space. So originally, we planned to have open keynotes from the city of Redwood Trust, Abhinav, to speak. However, due to traffic, he's kind of stuck in Golden Gate Bridge and somewhere there. So we're going to switch it up a little bit. Can we go to the next slide, please? We're going to have a panel discussions related to the topic AI agents in professional services. So we're going to take a minute or so to set up the stage, and then we're going to invite 4 prestigious panel speakers to come, and then I will moderate the discussion here. All right, let's welcome them. Great. So first of all, thanks so much for the 4 panel speakers to be able to spend their time here. What we're going to do is that we're going to spend a quick 1-minute introduction, and I'll pass around the mic to each of you, and you can just give a quick introduction about who are you, and then, what are you working on? All right, I'll just go through this order, and then you can have it.
Sure. Nice to meet everybody. My name is Hao Chen, and I'm from Lenovo. I'm in charge of the North America and also Japan investment, or more like international investment at Lenovo Capital. So I'm a venture capital investor. Thank you.
Well, nice to meet you. I'm Subhash Kovala. I'm a senior lead software engineer at Capital One. I help their Cortex business and working with all the transactions from end to end.
Hello everyone, my name is Michael. Nice to meet you all. And currently a researcher in the AI field, and also I'm an AI engineer to do some AI agent application. Yeah, thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Donna Kim. I work for market research and also global market and expansion. So I usually work for European market and APEC and also North American market. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. So this year in 2025, it was being regarded as the year of AI agents. But some might have said that it is actually the decade of AI agents. So my first question to you all is that looking ahead to 2026, what will AI agents be doing in professional services that they cannot do today? Who would like to answer that first?
I think the prepared services, I think, is a time-taking business. So right now, I think if any implementation would take like months and weeks. So right now, like, you can apply an agent, and I think, if you can create multiple agents that can work together as a supervising agent, maybe like, we can do this in like, a few hours. Basically, that's what I think. My prediction is as good as anybody else's, but that's what I think, it should be.
In my understanding, I think the vertical level of large language model is ready to a bottleneck, in my understanding. So I think it's time for the horizontal field for the large language model, and that's why the AI agent becomes so popular. So I'm thinking, for example, Cursor is the first AI agent that's huge success. And so I think people is gonna use more large language model to other tools to try to expand the capability of large language model. So I guess maybe this year, some like very complex and boring paperworks, like in the financial field, in the policy, in the different politics, it will be like hugely be automated by the AI workflow. And I think that's my understanding. Thank you.
I also agree with Michael. AI already took heavy lifting of work, like a lot of industry. But my understanding, there are also like industry that like legal or a lot of industry also need AI to do heavy lifting of work so that they can work faster, and then they also only do something like very important, such as like relationship with clients or just judgment. It's more like they focus on something valuable other than just all the paperwork. I think that's gonna be my answer.
Yeah, I think everyone said that quite a lot already, but just a little addition. I think automation obviously will become more and more capable of automation because of the logical thinking capability and so on. And at the same time, because the logical thinking and the whole framework is built up even better, the customization level will increase as well, right? I think this is going to impact a lot of industries all across the board. Lastly, but not least, I think maybe not 2026, but maybe a little longer in the future, that the human-computer interaction or human-AI interaction will change quite a bit, right? I think right now we are still relying quite a bit on keyboard, mouse, and so on, but coming forward, there might be more language-based because this is a lot more natural interaction for humans, right? When we type a message to people, whether it's keyboard or on your phone, it actually takes us some time, right? You don't think about it, but when you look at the clock, you're like, oh my God, it's 30 minutes already. But if you done all that with face-to-face conversation, that could be just 5 minutes, right? And I think that will greatly improve the efficiency, but also it's a more natural form of interaction. And then when it comes to professional services, I mean, there are a lot of human-to-human interaction, right? As the agent become more capable, I think customers also want that interaction to be more natural. So I think the language or a voice AI is going to be increasingly important.
Great, well said. it is more important for us these days to interact with AI agents wherever the human agents are used to do, right? For instance, we're interacting, switching increasingly from chatbots into voice over phone calls, and you can see them also going into the traditional UI portals that the last generation couldn't do. So this, I think, is where I'll run with the current question, is that what is the #1 challenges that prevents the wider AI adoption in professional services today? Do you believe is it technical, cultural, or something else?
I can start. I think this, to pick just one, right? #1 is going to be a little bit tough because there are so many issues that's unsolved right now. #1 concern of majority of the customers still probably reliability, right? I mean, being a investor, I'm not directly talking to the clients that you guys talk to day, but I can imagine the reliability is one concern that they have. I mean, models or humans are pretty much the same. Anything that has a neural network will hallucinate at some point, right? This is a given. So how can we say, as a banking customer, for example, right, leave my lifetime savings to someone who can hallucinate? But again, if you look at humans, we make a lot of mistakes too, right? So, but I think emotionally, people just still can't make that, draw that equal sign yet, right? So they worry about that, right? So the reliability, trust, who's going to be responsible if something screws up, all these issues. But I think at the technical level, data silo is also a pretty big issue when you work with the customers, right? Because the bigger company, bigger customer you work with, the more siloed the data is going to be. And I think that's going to become a technical challenge for the companies who provide these AI agent services, right? If you don't have all the data you need, then you're basically asking AI to solve a problem with half the puzzle. Then the answer more often is going to be wrong, right? But whose issue is that, right? Well, of course, that's probably a challenge for the companies, the startups, to figure out how to make the AI agent reliable. And lastly, I think access control is also an interesting topic, right? Because when you're providing services to the clients, they will want different control for different data sets or services. They don't want their salary information, all this critical private information to be leaked out to just anyone. So this is, I think, another issue that needs to be solved by engineering. So yeah, lots of issues, but I just picked 3 of them to start.
Yeah, I think I agree with most of that, right? And I think some of it is coming from how people interact with AI today, and I think most of them have these generalized huge models that they interact with, and that's where all these gotcha questions come from, because they're anything they don't think as good as a human, which is true, but they're generalists, right? But once they interact with, I think, especially trained models, like smaller models with like problem services where they know what they're doing. I think they will probably change their mind, once they see they'll hallucinate much lesser, because they're not, the tokens and everything is under control, and with that proper guardrails, I think they would probably be okay to open up their system's access to this agent, because it has to execute something, right? It's not just it's not a bot, it's not answering as chatbot, right? It has to do a little more than that. I think once they see, I'm guessing they will be a little more comfortable to do that. And I think once adoption increases, the tech around it evolves as well. Right now, I think we only know what we know, and I think as we go in further, I'm sure it'll only come together really well.
I'm totally agree with the 2 of you are talking. From my perspective, I think for me, because I'm doing some research in AI field, so I think the AI's core capability in dealing with the long context, this is a very hard problem to solve. Like if people cannot really solve this problem, the AI agents like the top of AI agent is gonna just be there. It's really hard to keep pushing it. And that's one point. And the other point is, I think the trust, like in different field, people tend to not to trust the AI. And the reason of that is because AI is always a black box. AI cannot really explain the whole thinking process of like how he got the result. Although right now we got some like a thinking process, but it's just still generated. It's not like sometimes still the thinking is not logical at all. It seems like a thinking, but it's not actual thinking, so it's still a black box. And that's why different industry people still tend to not trust AI. So I think the black box is still a big problem for the AI agent to ask people to really apply AI agent in the actual service of different industry. And that's my point of view.
I can share a little bit of business side, business perspective. People there, I think there are two type of people, maybe more, but one of them are really scared of AI, and the other one is just don't believe. So scared one is like maybe their privacy, or maybe they take charge of their jobs, and someone who is not believe, they also just don't believe they are not human, and their accuracy might be not good enough. So of course, it will be some time for them to understand how it works and how it's gonna help in real life. Yeah, but I think it really takes some time for people to understand.
Great, thanks everyone. I think to summarize it, it mostly comes down to two parts, right, that people really have issues with. One is from the liability perspective, and this tends to gear towards the businesses. From a financial institution perspective, when everything touches money, everything has consequences, who is going to be held accountable in the end of the day? Because if somebody, a human, is negligent to their job, they can be tried, they can be fired, there will be consequences. But when an AI makes mistakes, then who is going to be tried and who is potentially going to jail for making the mistakes, right? Not having like an actual entity being accountable or a remedy for this is going to be a huge hurdle. And then from the consumer side of it, right, it becomes interesting because there's this common conception about uncanny valley, when the AI gets good but not that good, where you fall out into the area where people just think it's completely disingenuous and fake. And that also creates a kind of mistrust between the consumers when you interact with an AI agent. So really valid points. So now that we have problems, we want to kind of look into the different categories of problems. So for the engineers and researchers here, so Hash and Michael, these are questions for you. What's the biggest technical hurdle in making AI agents reliable enough, specifically to enterprise clients?
For me, I would say basically when we evaluate whether a workflow is good enough, I usually evaluate in two ways. One is accuracy, one is consistency. So for accuracy, it's about you can get it right or wrong. So it's all about how AI do the judgment. And from my experience, I can tell, like if you try to use one large language model to ask them to process a huge amount of input and then give a lot of perspective of output, it usually fails. So when it comes to very complex mission, you just directly put a mission into large language model, it's always fail, like always fail. It's kind of consistent, always fail. So that's why I say, in the last response, I say the long context of the capability of AI to dealing with the long context is so bad. And it's kind of hard to really to get over this gap. And this core flaw of AI is gonna stop the developers to put the AI into a further use. And that's one point. And also, a large language model is all about the language. But in the real application, a lot of things is actually besides the language. So that's why we can see there's now many model about the vision model, the world model. So I can see like people trying to make other like AI models that not only focus on the language, but right now the only mature model is only in the language field. So I think that's also another burden that stopped the developer to develop other kind of application for different services, because the only thing they can depend on is language. So they can only deal with the paperwork instead of other vision stuff. And for the consistency, it's all about illusion. Like model will always made up something, and then and every time they made up different things. So the result is always different, and you cannot tell which one is right. And this thing is really hard to solve. Like from the research, I kind of have no idea how to really solve it. So let's see. Maybe in the future, some genius cannot figure out. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the two things, right? So one, the agent is as good as its brain, which is the model, I think, what you're alluding to. And, but then once it has a bunch of tools handy and there could be a cascading failure because of one bad decision at one point, and, it's not hard to troubleshoot that. That's one thing I think it repeatedly comes up in, more frequently than you think. And another thing is, I think now after a lot of use of these models and agents, I think they realize that they forget, right? So the long-term memory is a thing. I was at a conference, at MIT recently, and I think this is the same thing. How to enhance that. So there are some techniques. I was talking to a few people who are innovating in that field, and how they're trying to have these smaller experts. They generate all the memory and create these small experts, and so they rack, get everything in place, and whenever it forgets, you can ask questions to these experts, like say, hey, hey, my memory, what do you think happened, 2 years ago? So I think that with all these things together, I think it'll make it there. But I think right now these two things definitely are a big deal breaker for us to get it.
Great. Well said, guys. As an engineer myself, I completely agree with these challenges. Back in the day, when coding was just software was related to hard coding, consistency is almost the biggest plus of relying on software instead of humans. However, in these days and age, when AI becomes inconsistent with itself, right? It's not just with other people, but with itself over time. That also raises the challenges. So that is going to be an interesting hurdle to overcome. And contextual and memory management of an AI window is going to be also something that's really interesting problems, right? Great. So now from the business perspectives, this is a question for Donna. How do you convince the skeptics, right? Say this is the client, or this is your LPs, and this is someone who is tuned out into AI. How do you convince them that AI agents will enhance instead of replacing what they do in their teams?
I always start with, I understand their concern. I understand their fear that maybe AI take their job, right? But think about this way, if you zoom out a little bit, technology always has redefined roles rather than just erased all the human values. So we use AI, we use AI agent to take on heavy and repeatable work with human in the loop and permission. I think that actually helps teammates to work even more focused on something valuable. As I said, something like judgment or strategist and building relationship with clients way more important than just heavy lifting of documents. So yeah, our outcome is not something that fewer people. It's more deployed deployed people and faster cycles. Yeah. Thank you.
Completely agree with Donna. I think for one side, right, when you're deploying it, there are a lot of skepticism, a lot of scared people, right? How do you convince them? I think to add on to that, transparency will definitely help, right? To not only show them that, look, AI is not trying to replace you, it's more of a tool, and then this is how the tool works. And Michael mentioned that earlier as well, right? So that transparency, although it's still not that transparent or logical, but I think it will help them accept this is something that we can use. But that's only half the story, right? I think that's when you work with the people who will actually interact with AI agents. But when you talk to the executives and people who are actually running the company, well, the truth is it's a different perspective, right? There's a saying, your seat sets your mind, right? Where you sit determines how you think about this. For the managers, for the executives, I think to some degree, the stone cold numbers will be useful, right? Tell them this is the ROI, right? This is the efficiency, and this is what you gain out of it, right? And then I think that will help them make some decision faster. And especially for smaller companies or privately owned companies, I think top-down kind of works out. And for large corporations, it's going to be a lot more complicated. And sometimes, I mean, this goes back to the first question, but the legal privacy part actually takes longer than the business team judgment, right? Just based on technology. So those are something that people need to pay attention to. Last but not least, I think just coming from my own experience, peer pressure probably works, right? I mean, nowadays everybody's using AI one way or another, whether just as a search engine or actually building tools with API. But everybody feels like if you don't use AI, you're left behind and you're gonna become a dinosaur, right? So I think to some degree, peer pressure, who else is using your tool, and then what they're seeing. Well, this is the industry standard. So what do you think, right?
Wow, FOMO, you're speaking my language there. Absolutely, Cortex interact with a lot of the regulatory industries, and we're a stranger to resistance. And I think always, all the time, the best, right? Evidence or your best way, your best friends are helping to convince them across the board is to say, well, if you don't use it, everyone else is going to be using it, and you'll be the one who doesn't look so cool, in your annual conference parties, after parties. So that does move the needle a little bit. Cool. So it's great we had this open-ended, brainstorming rounds about AI agents and professional service in general. Now we're gonna move the topic focus back a little bit to this hackathon. So everyone on the panel, please think about one advice you'd like to give to the participant today that's going to be developing AI agents in one of the professional services they chose or they decided. What would be your one advice for them?
Oh, I can start. So I think one thing, right, really define the pain point or the problem well, and really, really look deeply into why it is a pain point and is your solution really going to solve it? Because especially for professional services, I think every single kind of like sector or the task is actually very, very different. And the pain points are also quite different. If you don't define the problem well, then you're solving it wrong. And if you solve it wrong, then you might end up spending a lot of time and come back to start, just have to start over again, right? So this is not something you want. I know hackathon is more of a fun practice, but I'm sure you're doing this because you want to actually develop something in the future. So I would say definitely spend more time define the problem, look into the problem, and think about your solution before you jump in and do a lot of work.
I totally agree with how. I also want to give advice that build with real user cases in mind. We know that you're smart, so don't just focus on like features. Really think about how to solve real problem in the market.
So I'm gonna just talking from the engineer side. I would say choose the right brain, choose the right leg and the hands. It's all about choose the way to think about it. You need to find the balance point to balance the human judgment and the AI judgment. And also you need to choose the right tools to actually implement these thoughts. And yeah.
Okay. Everything that needs to be said has been said. So I would just say build an agent that you'd probably hire, right? I mean, if you employ the agent, then I think that's probably a good one. So just be creative in that area.
Great, well said. Well, in the end, I think let's open up the discussion to the rest of the stage from the in-person audiences as well as from the online comment sections. Do you have any questions you would like to ask the panel speakers? Great.
Do you have another mic?
And give it to
Great. Thanks everyone for sharing your insights. I think especially for the part when you guys are talking about the challenges you're seeing, especially when you're using the AI agents, I think a lot of people would resonate with that. So I want to ask everyone, what would be the one piece of advice you would give AI agent users to make their experience using AI agents better? Thank you.
Yeah. It's hard because I think that it depends on the end user's role, right? Who's using it. So if they're just relying on it blindly, there's different advice versus if you're building something using the agent, and then I would say think the autonomy comes with challenges, right? So what are the guardrails you must have around that? So how much of it can be automated? How much of it you want to control? Is what I think I would definitely keep in mind. And if it's just the end user, then I think by the time if the agent itself is taking any actions, I think those needs to be watched carefully. But if it's just language model chat or something that you're getting, it's just because you don't do everything that the model says, right? Same with the agent, like you have those guardrails in place. Is how I would be confident using it, I guess.
Yeah, I think in similar area, it's basically always double check the output, right? I think myself I have made some mistake just completely trusting the AI's answer directly, and then later on realized that was a pretty off answer. I mean, of course, common sense is a good way to judge, not just swallow it directly, but can also double check with other models. Same thing is done in engineering, right? Application design, but always double check the answer somehow if it's a critical application.
I just end with Chan's answer. Always make sure human in the loop and double check. And it's gonna of course it's gonna be accurate, but don't really trust accuracy and then try to make sure have some time to see if it's actually right.
Just want to say it reminds me of experience when Cursor first came out. I totally really rely on Cursor to do a lot of things. But at some point I just realized is AI actually driving the car, not me. So when I actually want to try to get back to drive, I don't know how to drive. So I think that's why you need to always remind yourself who's driving the car, who is sitting next to you.
Yeah.
Great, well said. I think we might have the time only for just one questions. So I think we can just wrap it up. Thanks so much for the panel speaker for giving their amazing insight and answer to people's questions. If there are still questions in the comment section, we'll have the opportunity to answer them offline as well. So thanks so much for coming over and answering the question.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Hello, everyone. So we're going to switch to the tutorial sections. We're going to shuffle the event a little further. We're going to spend a little time diving into Cortex workshop by showcasing how Cortex works. And then later on at 7 p.m., we're going to invite the online judges through a Q&A sessions. And then they will be able to do also a round of Q&A and introduce themselves as well. And then later on, if the open keynote speaker arrives, we're going to have the open keynote speaker at the very end. All right. Cool. So I'm going to start off by sharing the screen here. So what you're seeing right now is the Cortex workflow screens. Over the next 24 hours, we're gonna have you to form a team over here and then be able to create directly in the same Cortex workflow building interface. So today I'm gonna demonstrate very quickly on how you will be able to create a workflow and what would be a typical use case on the professional service look like. So I'm going to start out by creating a new workflow. So what we're going to do first, I was told there is a screen sharing problem, so I'm going to share the screen really quickly. Yep, okay, I think we're good to go. Let me know if it's working. Okay, great, sounds good. Okay, so we can start off by creating a workflow. But before we do it completely from scratch, we can use one of the templates to do it easily. So we can start working on a deep research workflow. As you can see, Cortex has a very intuitive 2D grid interface that allows anyone to create a workflow easily. And we have these sticky notes that you can create on your own to explain to the team what you've worked on. And the magical part of our Cortex is that the entire interface is collaborative by default, which means that multiple people can collaborate and join and work on this interface together. So we're going to start off by examining the blocks here. So we start off having a user input, which we can define this as research topics. The Cortex input block has very extensive form building capabilities. So this allows you to insert files, options, multiple options, date, as well as checkbox, etc. If you have signed up using our link that provided, you probably have already interact with it because the sign-up form is also built directly with Cortex. So we're going to just delete that for now, and then we're going to just use a research topics. So we're going to start off by just maybe do any kind of prompt to get started. Let me say in AI in professional services. Okay, so we're going to give it a try. We're going to click the button to start having a run. And then you can see what happened is that it's going to take the high level of system prompts from the research agents. And then it will go think about the topics and then find suitable websites and Google search queries online. And as you can see, it's connected to these two tools. One is a web search, the other one is web browsers. And the AI is just going to non-deterministically look up the right tool to use and then put in the query and then do the searching. And they're also going to visit the website via browser as they see fit. After it creates all of its query and lookup online, they come out with an executive summaries with key findings wrapped up together. So this is essentially a deep research use cases. Now, of course, this is a very simple one. Where also what we can do is that we can have it to do more sophisticated tasks, right? And one of the power for Cortex is that not only you are instructing the AI what to do, but you can also have the ability to ask AI to help you to write these codes yourself. We're going to demonstrate this very quickly by just going back to the workflow tab, and we're going to create a new workflow. And what we're going to do is that we're going to start from scratch. So this will be an empty canvas. Immediately you can see you can do the manual adding of the steps, or if you like, we actually have an entire coding workflow assistance built into Cortex that helps you to assist writing an AI agents. Right? So what am I going to do is I'm going to type something that is somewhat common to use cases. So I'm going to go Okay, so I just typed a prompt that kind of describes the typical KYC compliance use cases, and we're just going to create the AI agents by having the AI to directly tell me what to do. So, let me redo this again because I think the team were able to see it. So as you can see right away, the AI was able to understand the necessary requirement of this and then sort of create the input blocks. think I might have some internet issues here. Right. So it populated the entire forum that you don't have to build, or you can edit later. And then it started to write the agent logics and instructions for how to create this agent. And also added multiple key search queries and databases and the browsers to assist it with the tool. So we're gonna click accept, and immediately it gets turned into AI workflows. It contains all the form that has the date of birth, residential address, passport, nationalities. So there's a typical KYC onboarding form, which we'll probably fill out if you are banking or getting a brokerage account. And then it created this entire prompts that allows the AI to understand what is needed to be done, and then flag the risk. And then it passed these references from the input form directly to the user prompts. And all of them are syntactically connected. And underneath, you can see it's connected 3 tools at exposure. One is a government database search, the other one is a common web search, and then the other one is a website navigations. So 3 of them combined allows this agent to agentically use each of these specific tools to get to its purpose, which is screening and make sure the AI is able to assess thoroughly on these profiles. So yeah, that's essentially how a quick demo of how Cortex works. Great. Okay, so I think we're approaching the time for the online judges QA. So what we're going to do is that we're going to switch to Google Meet, and then we're going to have the judges show up in a bit. Just give me a moment here. Hey, are you guys able to hear us? Yep. Okay. Perfect. So we are doing a screen share, and everybody will be able to see this feed, and then we're going to just wait a little bit until all the judges are here, and then we can have this Q&A session then. Great. And it would be great if you guys can turn on the camera, so everybody can see you. Great. So for the people that are just joining, it would be great if you can turn on the camera so the people from live streaming in person will be able to see you. Okay, we're gonna wait for 1 more minute and then we're just gonna kick off. I think we can get started now. So for all the judges online, first of all, thanks so much for spending the time to attend and have the Q&A sessions. It's an honor to have you here. What we can do is that we can just do a roundtable for everyone to have an opportunity to introduce themselves and also about what they do. And then we can go from there. We want to start with the order from the meeting link, so we can have, why don't you go first? Actually, could you unlock the mic and then introduce yourself? Can anybody hear me speaking?
I don't think your audio is triggered on my end.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a little bit of
Got it. I think there's some echo here. Okay. How about we do this? We can turn the QA section into an online only event, and then we'll just have the judges available in the Discord, because I think we're experiencing some echo technical issues here by broadcasting the video Google meetings. So okay. So we're just gonna postpone the QA sessions. Thank you very much for everybody joining. We'll have the QA session available in a later time.
Was it possible for you to put it on the chat? Like, what do you suggest for us to do?
So what we're gonna do right now is I'm gonna move, dial it back a little bit and then go back to the keynote. And we're gonna welcome Abhinav, CTO of Draper Trust, to speak on AI for professional services. Let's welcome Abhinav.
This is a true hackathon. I have food in my mouth. Well, this is exciting. I've known Nemo for quite some time. Just to give you context, I am Abhinav Asthana. I'm the CTO of Draper Trust. We have a VC group in the company called RWT Horizons, and Cortex is one of our portfolio companies. I think what's most exciting about today is, as you've seen in the brochures and the social media postings for this hackathon, we're trying to find ways to solve some complex investment management, mortgage, and asset management problems using AI. A lot of people think that investment management is reserved for bankers and quant and traders, but I think over the last 2.5, 3 years, it's become a very engineering-heavy space. There are a lot of machine learning algorithms and even agents now that are being deployed to solve for speed and scale. And when I say that, I will give you an example, and probably this could be one of the problems that you think about solving with your, as part of your hackathon solution, is if you think about private credit and investment banking, what it really means is people have capital. That capital may have come from various sources. Their own capital, they may have raised capital, they may have a syndicate of capital. They put that capital to use and make money on that. The problem is, or the goal is, how many times can you make money on that same capital by reinvesting it? And what's that amount of money you can make with investing the capital? So I'll give you a real world example. At Redwood Trust, at any given point in time, we have about $1 billion invested in real estate assets. If we can churn that capital or turn that capital over twice as fast as what we do today, we would be making 3x the money that we make today. So the order of magnitude, when you think about how much more can you do and how fast can you do, really grows exponentially when we solve these problems. So I hope that the kind of problems you selected in this space to solve for today really shine your skills and demonstrate what you can do for the space, and then we'll take it from there. With that, I'll hand it over to Nemo. It's his show. Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Thanks so much. Really, it's the participants show. We're just all hosting it. Great. So without further ado, we're gonna go to the workshop session. I already demonstrated to you how to start a Cortex organization and then create a simple AI agents, and how to leverage the Cortex AI assistant to further create any kind of AI agents in professional services fast. So for the next 1 hour or so, before 9 p.m., we're going to have team mixers where the teams are gonna form, finding participants to team up, and then groups together. This can happen both in person and online. If you're here in person, you would have enjoyed also food. We're gonna be serving delicious dinners. But no problem online as well. We're gonna have a lot of interactive sections for people to team up in the Discord channels. Speaking of team registration, once you have completed finding your teammates and created a group chat or a Discord private channel for the team, please do these following things. So first, you would need to go to the settings, and then go into the generals, and then get the app ID. So the app ID is a unique organizational ID for us to register and link up your team specifically with this Cortex organization. This is really important later for judging and for us to be able to validate your submissions. And then once you've done that, also invite judge with cortex.ai as an admin directly to the members. This will help us to help you troubleshoot if you have any questions or problems, and later on during submissions for us to be easily go into your organization and then review the submissions. The register QR code is here, so you can have that available as well. Again, this slides, I will put it up here for everyone to be able to know how to copy the app ID and then send registration. So copy the app ID and then scan this registration and then post your emails, all your teammates' emails and the app ID directly in the registration form. And then invite Judge with Cortex.ai as admin into the members. So great. If there's a question, feel free to ask during the Discord channels. Otherwise, we'll just go into kick off the team mixers and mentorship channels. Cool? Great. All right, let's get started. Hey guys, are you able to hear me? Yeah. Perfect. Well, the clock has struck 9 or 12 if you're in Asia, and that means our hackathon's officially kicked off. Yay! Hope you guys have found a team, or if you're a solo hacker, good luck with that. You win all the prizes by yourself. We're gonna have 24 hours, so the clock is gonna start ticking and finish off exactly at 9 p.m. PST tomorrow. Oh, I was told that we also have to play a very cool video online, so we're gonna be playing that.
No more coding, please.
All right, so officially started. The $50 credit will show up in your account within the next 10 minutes or so. Happy hacking. If there is any question or you would like to have more credit because you used up all, feel free to reach out to us on the group chat or on Discord. We're happy to provide more. All right, good luck, guys.